Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. Automat is a tool for game automation that we are writing on this stream. We are in the middle of big refactoring. Last stream, we finished with a completely broken and non-functional Automat. Now I've spent the whole day yesterday just making sure it works again, and kind of works. Not quite, only kind of. So we still have a lot more work to do. So essentially what we've done is, in Automat there are objects with those connections. What we've done is we changed how the connections are stored. So instead of storing them in some separate hash table, where from each object for each object essentially we have a sorted table which contains the type of the connection and the target of the connection. And also a separate object in memory which stores the metadata for the connection. So it was a fairly, and this is what I mean when I say it's only partially working. So we turned from storage, external storage of the connections into inline storage of the connections. So now each object, like this timer, it's called timer delay, anyway. This timer delay, it has a bunch of properties. You can actually make it larger. So this object here, it has 600 bytes. Among those bytes, like there is one component here, it's this is this runnable. This runnable actually stores a pointer inside. This pointer, which now takes just 16 bytes, stores this connection, essentially. There is more data here related to animation, the widget for the connection. The widget for the connection is something that I'm not concerned about. There is only a fixed number of, connections that you can have on screen, so they are not going to be too much memory. I just want to make sure that the stuff which is off screen is stored in an efficient way. So there is one problem though. It's that because we moved a lot of properties outside of locations, the argument class is often having difficulties finding the location of object. So I've added a temporary function here called myLocation, this one, which tries to find the location object. This location object is responsible for storing the position of the object. The problem is that when I'm picking up the object, it stops being part of this root machine. The location is removed from there. So yeah, we are unable to find the object. So this connection still works. So if I play with this, I can pick this object. Okay. Yeah, depending on which object I pick, the connection works or doesn't work. This is just weird. So this is something we should fix. Another thing is that those connections there is right now no good way to really enumerate them. There is a way to enumerate them using this function args, but if an object contains multiple copies of some argument, it's not going to work so great. So I want to change the way that we report arguments. I was thinking about introducing a new concept here. This concept is going to be called parts. So each object, you can think of it as a collection of parts that are working together. The object defines how they are working together, but the parts themselves, they are sometimes kind of generic. Like this text window here, it's fairly generic. It should be possible for other objects to play with this window here, with this connection here. So I'm thinking that today we are going to try to combine the concept of interfaces, which are those synchronizable things, and arguments. Okay, I have nothing here. I guess I could start playing with this. Okay, I think the named class first of all, it should be virtual, I think. So this new model should simplify how objects work, because each object is going to have just a flat list of parts. Each part will have a name, like this seconds, this like timer with seconds. It's going to have duration and next as parts. Actually, I probably take a look and see how this is stored. So right now, I'm storing the delay object, delay is just the name I'm using here to identify it. And for each object, I think I'm creating this value thingy. I create value. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so each part in the object, so instead of having this value here, each object will have something like parts here. And each part maybe run let's say I want to create a loop. I'm closing this. This would look kind of similar, I think, to this, except instead of connection, we would have parts. And each part will be able to serialize its own state in some way. So an argument is going to be a part. We will make this smaller. And I think I will move this color storage into virtual methods and auto connect radius as well, and the style as well. Yeah, I think this is something that we can probably start with. So let's move all of those into virtual methods. Then we will change named into a part. And yeah, then we will continue. I also think we could possibly drop this virtual inheritance in favor of actual inheritance. And this part, this is going to be the place where we integrate the LLVM style inheritance. So the dynamic cast will be a little bit faster. We are going to use a lot of dynamic casts. Yep. First of all, I make the AI window larger. It would be cool if I could move this to the left side of the window. Yeah. Oh, it is possible. Cool. So let's open a new thread. I will switch to Sonnet because this is not going to be that hard.
"772 says,
Hey, Nav. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm still kind of sleepy. I stayed until 3 a.m. fixing Automat so that it shows something on screen. So shows. It doesn't show everything, but something here. Does it actually work? Oh. Interesting, there was a sound when it was moving the mouse. Very, very weird. I wonder what's this connection. What is that? Oh, I cannot even connect this. Wait. Disconnected. Okay. So many weird things happening. This is because we changed the way we store connections. Like different parts of the system, they often cannot look them up and they choke. The connections disappear, they get stuck. Oh yeah. That was interesting. Anyway. So I now have a motivation to make Automat functional again. there is going to be a workshop, 1 hour demo of Automat coming up. I mean, it's probably not as important as the Steam release, which is also coming up soon, I guess around the same time. But it would be nice if I can actually release Automat to Steam before this workshop. Yeah. By the way, this is the art that's going to go on Steam. This is the capsule art for Automat. Let's see how it's doing. Let's go from the start. So our type is here. Oh. It's concerning that we have something that looks like 2 copies of the same code. We will see, we will see. Oh, it's nice. AI is perfect for those refactorings. They require so much one-off custom things that for each of those files I would have to think, what to call the function. Do I want to store this as a separate variable, invoke the method inline? Can I reuse this? And now I just, like here, this is called inline. Yeah, you can spot those things. You can see that, hey, this function is only used in one place, so I can just call this inline. Very nice. I wanted to get rid of this lambda constructor. I think this was a... Oh, it didn't update all of the places. That was a good refactoring. I really like refactoring with AI. It kind of works. Yeah, timeline uses the blue tinted connectors. By the way, both tint and light, they should probably be unified somehow. Maybe actually we can do this. Why not? Let's do this now. so we have those colors. This one. This is second. Right. Oh, I see. So this is the color of the casing, and this is the color of the flashing light. So there is no way to combine them. Like one of them is very neutral, and one of them is warm, orange light. Ooh. So now the argument is 8 bytes in size. It's so tiny. From 24. Okay, I think the next step would be to rename the named into a part. And I will actually submit this code.
How is Zed's Claude Code integration different from the Claude Code CLI application?
Zed. Okay, Zed is a kind of a half-finished product, but you can see in the editor it has some very interesting features. Like one of the prominent features of this editor is the ability to have multiple people edit the same source file. Collab, yeah, this collab panel. So theoretically, I could like invite you and we could edit the same file together. I don't know what is exactly the use case for this. Usually when you do pair programming, it's like one of the people writes the code, the other people, checks for errors. I'm not sure how this is meant to work, but I guess this is a nice way to collaborate. I would even say this is a good alternative to Git. So instead of having code on GitHub, you could have code in a single directory on your home drive, and multiple people could connect to a single Z instance and, work on this code together. Not necessarily at the same time, even maybe. And Z is using this feature to enable AI to work on the code. So when you fire up the AI panel, I actually don't know where it disappeared. Control B, okay. Anyway. Oh, this is kind of cool. So when this agent works, you can actually see that it's connected to your kind of source files, and you can track its cursor as it jumps around. Yeah. So this is the difference. This is like a proper multi-user code editor, and agents are no different from other people connecting and editing the code with you. It's not really meant to be used exclusively with AI, but it just happens to work with agents quite well.
User Netpal says,
Yo-yo.
Hey. I'm not actually benefiting from this thing at all, but I mean, it doesn't have any advantages, the Z approach versus Cloud Code approach. Actually, I'm thinking about this. Should the named and part be the same? The point of part class is to just be something that objects can expose. Like the point is that objects want to expose multiple parts, and those parts they should provide some uniformity throughout the system, so that it's not like every object is its own snowflake with everything custom. There should be some common mechanisms for those objects to work together. Yeah. This next is not exposed properly here. I don't know why. This has to be fixed. Picking up the timeline crashes the system. Oh, so many issues, so many issues. Okay, let's do it like that. Let's introduce a part type. I wonder, should reference counted derive? I want object to be a part.
Meister Chica says,
Hello.
Hey, today we are doing a lot more AI-driven work. And so far I love it. The quick refactoring would have taken me, that I've done like a couple minutes ago, would have taken me like 20 minutes probably, if I had to do this manually.
I added some documentation to Loginium project. In headers.
This is this X header. This is for cross-platform system headers, right?
Doxigan generated is here.
URL.
Yes.
And there is GitHub pages. So that should be something like this.
Header is mix and mash of platform-specific header files.
I think if I check actions, actions may expose. Okay.
URL.
Yeah, I almost found it. Quad. This is wonderful. So actually, we may actually pull this today. I think this is the time. So I'm introducing a new base type for a lot of things in the system.
Says, hello user Apple. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
Okay, let me fire up. Speaking about Cloud Code, let me fire up Cloud Code. I'm not even using Opus today. I'm using the weaker Sonnet, and it's good enough for refactorings. Both argument and interface should derive from it. I also want object to derive from this type, but it's going to be hard to do this. Because if object has multiple virtual base classes, then it needs to have multiple vtable pointers in its memory layout. And then casting becomes such a pain. But maybe I should just rename named into a part.
Meister Chica says,
I still default to Sonnet. One thing I find that it works wonders is Devstral, from Mistel's Cly as planner and Opus as executor Dortoni.
That's interesting. I always thought that the planner should be the smartest component of the system. You know, this is the one that is responsible for actually simplifying this whole mess. It should have all of the context, all of the source.
Not when you work with CP23.
I don't like this way of moving things. This should be using git mv. Oh. Yeah, Sonnet can also mess up your code base. It's doing right now. I don't know if it's going to recover. It just deleted the file and it's confused. Where did the file go? Oh, see, this is the cursor for the agent. When it's going to start rewriting stuff, it's going to start jumping around, wherever it finishes. Okay, let's see if this still works. Again, this refactoring would have taken me like 15 or 20 minutes. Yeah, things are still broken in the same way. Ooh. Okay, let's stage all. Sweet, sweet. This is very nice. So now, I think, comes the hardest part. I want to unify interfaces and arcs. I wonder what's the best way to return this response. So a callback. So I want to store the parts in the most efficient way. So no hash maps, no, nothing like that. Even though hash maps would be the easiest, it would be like, I don't know, another like hundreds of bytes per object. Totally unacceptable. All of this storage of parts can actually be done in a virtual way, so that the cost per object is going to be 0, or just a v table for each part. And I want parts to be identified by strings. Or do I? Because in principle, the objects in the memory of the computer, there's no reason to associate them with strings. Strings are just, an interface for a person looking at this thing. I could also identify them by a 2D position and a shape. Oh, that's... I think the most primitive way of identifying parts is just an index in an array.
That's Nexus says.
It's the Poland dude.
Hey, so it could be an index in an array. I wouldn't say it's the most efficient, or maybe it is the most efficient way. And lastly, they could also be identified similarly to some interfaces and arguments as nested weak pointer. It's fairly concurrency friendly. So if we identify fields using integer indexes, then maybe even we don't need vtable per object.
Ah, someone commented on my song.
Nice. You're publishing on SoundCloud, right? It's a whole social network. No. I never got into this, but I've seen there are like some artists that basically publish mostly to SoundCloud.
Everywhere but SoundCloud. SoundCloud is not viable.
Interesting. And why is that? SoundCloud to me sounds like DeviantArt or CivitAI, a social network, or ArtStation. It's a social network for artists. Do they do something? Have they entshittified the portal already?
You pay money for SoundCloud for the ability to monetize. But when you do, you get paid nothing no matter the view count. Now you can't even view the songs without logging in.
Sounds strange. So you pay for monetization, but you don't get paid back for people listening to your songs?
Basically.
That doesn't make much sense. But yeah, I'm not an expert in this.
Tidal is good. YouTube Red is good. Everything else is not a good option. The amount of money I got paid from Spotify. I am sure you could count all of that on your 10 fingers.
In binary.
Spotify paid me 0.06 cents.
Whoa. It's weird how this, scales with views. Big artists, they probably get paid a lot. I guess it's hard to start in this field.
YouTube Red paid me 2.6 Deutschel.
So this is the cost of, I don't know, 5 ads. So this is how an advertiser pays for maybe 10 ads, something like that. 10 ad clicks, yeah.
I just upload to distributor, and they do the rest.
Yeah.
I was actually in Discord waiting for someone to respond and give feedback to a new song I am working on.
By the way, about making songs, I found a new way to use Suno, but let me open my latest creation. So I was able to upload an opening from JoJo, an anime, and it was able to remix it, and that remix, it's called cover, it's called Suno cover, is actually good. So how it sounds like. Okay, so that was the cover compared to original.
Do that with Pillarman theme.
This is such an amazing track. The sleepy kind of singing. Yeah. It creates nice contrast with a very energetic track, energetic music. Really cool stuff. So I was trying to drop more iconic songs here, but Suno just refuses to cover anything that's copyrighted, which is weird to me.
772 says,
I am a musician myself.
You're probably disgusted by all this. Deus Ex Nexus is also a musician amateur, I think. But I don't have time to play with this, but this is probably the nicest way to get good songs, is to actually find good real songs and have Suno just tweak their style a little.
Disgust is an emotional response which I've gotten better at outgrowing.
Yeah.
The only emotion I allow myself to wallow in is love.
That is nice. Yeah, for us non-musicians, it was actually once when before I went to high school, I tried exam for a music school, and I failed miserably. Yeah, they say I have no, no future in music. Suno is the only thing I have, the only option I have for making it.
Ajax Nexus says,
I got told to go to art school, draw and play instrument, and whatnot.
Nice. So you're a professional then.
I did go to college for music.
Yeah.
So 5,050.
Okay, I think one of the properties in this parts system is going to be new parts appearing and disappearing. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, the problem with parts appearing and disappearing is that this is supposed to be concurrency friendly environment. So well, first of all, the memory needs to be
23 minutes later, and still no response.
internet is asynchronous. Should give them a week or so.
"772 says,
India has a service known as Blinkit, which delivers things in 10 minutes.
Crazy. Ten minutes is a really short time.
Thias Nexus says,
Okay, I uploaded it to SoundCloud and sent it to another guy. Let's see if he can give me feedback.
Okay, this problem is super hairy. Let me check Gemini. Actually, we had a chat with Gemini recently.
Do you want to give feedback?
For this music track, let me figure out some things. Send me the link, but I will give the feedback later. I need to figure out some things with AI and maybe fire up Cloud Code.
URL.
You are using SoundCloud after all. This is not a Tidal link.
"772 says,
Have you listened to When Did You Get Hot by Sabrina Carpenter?
Diox Nexus says,
It is, but it's private link. Therefore, I use it only when I need to quickly share whips for feedback to people that I don't have on Discord. I use it because it's convenient for quickly prototyping.
772 says,
Example of how competence in one domain, modulation of vocal chords, isn't best conflated with competence in other domains' general thoughtfulness, which is why I like instrumental music.
It is correlated though. If you're good at playing instruments, you have this kind of hearing, which is, it's like the ability to like speak in some language. I don't have this at all. Like the exam that I got when I was like doing exam for a music school was they were playing some notes on a piano, and then they asked me to repeat those notes. I don't remember how the exam worked. I was either going to hum them, so or write them or something like that. But yeah, I just do not have the hearing, the ability to distinguish, different notes. Sometimes when somebody does low, high, high, I hear low, high, higher. Those kind of things escape me.
Diox Nexus says,
I am all instrumental music.
772 says,
That's because they're related fields, but common sense and general rationality is a separate field in and of itself.
Yeah.
I think you'll agree after checking out the lyrics of that song.
Yeah, is the Eurovision song playing right now? I wonder how the Eurovision is going to look like this year. This is an amazing track, by the way. Okay, stop.
TTS-ed says,
You know the song, Hit the Road Jack? It sounds so good on guitar.
Yeah.
"772 says,
I say all this, and yet listen to epistemically disastrous country music like a true redneck.
You know, the equivalent of country music in Europe is like ballads, like bard ballads, and they are not really that different, but they have a completely different appearance, you know. You know, ballads, like guitar ballads, they are seen as a like form of poetry almost. And the people who write them are, you know, they are literally writing poems.
TTS-ed says,
People in Europe tend to rarely play guitar or piano. It's more about accordions.
Especially on public transport, right?
Or during family gatherings. Oh, family shows up, brings homemade kvass.
"772 says,
Indian classical music is good too. Vocals without linguistic lyrics, Dutch-tune.
Interesting. I never heard, or maybe I did. Didn't even know if I ever heard Indian classical music. Maybe I should have used pro for this one, because this problem is hairy even for me.
Example.
URL.
It is nice, yeah. Yeah, I heard this, I know this. No, not this one, but yeah.
Modulating vocal cords without making factually incorrect claims. Dodge.
God, I'm looking at this API and thinking that this really looks like dbus API. The people who designed the dbus, they went through the same crap as me. This is literally the same structure. It kind of makes sense. I don't see any other way to design this.
Too bad they're quite judgmental, though, in my experience.
Not sure what you're referring to right now. it didn't really clear up much. But okay, I think names are something that's going to be used so rarely. I probably don't need... I can probably have some crappy API to get part names. So the advantage of this is that this allows me to avoid string storage within the object. Okay, I need to identify parts at runtime. I think something like this would be good. Another amazing track from Eurovision. There's going to be a new one in a couple of months, but yeah, seems like a lot of countries are dropping out. Which makes me sad. Okay, argument. Think. So there is a problem with this interfaces thing because a parent object would probably like to allow parts to recursively provide more parts. Yeah, the span interface cannot be concatenated like that. I guess only callbacks. And there is one more way to do this. It's to have iterator. I think iterator could be composable.
Agentic OS is the future.
Yeah, where you just tell the computer what you want to happen and agent dries it for you. It's very likely true.
In the future, we won't even have to do that. It would automatically figure out what we truly want. I'm being satirical.
Who knows? You know, if AGI comes out, all bets are off.
If there's Agi, that's just another intelligent person. We still need to figure out our own wants and desires.
Yeah, but this, you know, personal AGI, if AGI comes out, it's going to work like a personal manager, caretaker, you know, somebody who makes sure you are entertained, educated, and so on.
Technically, the best thing is to put our brains in a vat and keep flooding it with feel-good chemicals. But we don't want that. Because we're living beings. We want to live.
I think this is a question of how it's all implemented.
I've proven the ABC conjecture.
I don't remember what's that. Some kind of unprovable theorem.
It's now been proven. So no longer unprovable. Yeah. This is messy. Really messy. Maybe we just have a function with a callback. Okay, now let's ask it. Let's repurpose the args function. No, we'll do this differently. We will have parts and args. And I think args is not going to be virtual. It should cause an avalanche of errors. This callback will be taken as a reference.
so I don't want to copy it over and over. And also this one. And parts. Time for parts. Is the issue here? Sure. Can be const. That's fine. That should break compilation in many places. So I should be... Cool. So now we are just listing all the parts in this fashion. Or actually, maybe it should work the other way around. Why is this so complex? Oh. This is using sed to modify C++ sources. It's good I committed everything. This is wrong. It doesn't have the constantations, it doesn't have references. Wow. This looks good now. Compile. Okay, we can play the music track now. Stopping that. There is something very synthetic about the samples here. The rattle noise is very... It feels almost computer made. It's missing some kind of variation, some kind of echo. The water is, on the other hand, is very natural. That one was really nice. Sandman. Yeah, I guess this is track in progress. Sounds nice. Good programming music, I would say. I really like the natural, those organic sounds. Infected Mushroom, I listen a lot to Infected Mushroom, he's using this a lot. Okay, I think we can now slowly shift this towards... Slowly clean up this API now. Okay, let's look at the interfaces.
I fed someone's art into Gen AI and upset them. Mistake to avoid hurting people. Pretty understandable, Doshashai.
Yeah. It's weird that people care so much about AI. I still do not fully understand it. It's like we have this new amazing tool that, you know, gives everybody superpowers.
You're one of the few competent people I know who's okay with AI. A lot of people are vehemently against it. Rob
Yeah.
Pike did a total crash out on Twitter.
Yeah, that is strange.
He's the creator of Go.
Yeah. You know, the only bad usage of AI is spam. You know, artificially generated content which has no value, which is, you know, generated to, you know, just create content in some style. This is the only, I think, bad use of AI I know of. Everything else is great.
URL.
Yeah. The biggest risk associated with AI is it's really not about killer robots, although this is probably also a significant risk. It's about like inequalities. If AI is accessible only to, if the powerful AI even is accessible only to a small group of people, while most of the people do not get this access, it creates a risk of, creating a stratified society where, some people control AI and some people are controlled by AI. That would be bad. That would be like the worst outcome. Okay, I'm not sure about this economic problems, being the main ones. If it turns out that we can kind of generate an infinite amount of, I don't know, movies, and Hollywood disappears. Like, there is no need for Hollywood because you can just generate whatever movie you want. I think it's a better future like that. People who want to make movies can still work on movies. Like, AI is probably better than me at writing code, but I still kind of play with this.
But it has already democratized intelligence. Disagree about replacement too.
It seems like a very good blog article, by the way. Yeah. It quickly lists a lot of negative effects of AI. Spam, artificially generated content. Those are a couple different arguments. So this is the first one, the second one is split into 5, and then the third one. Yeah. So a reduction in labor force it's probably a good thing, because people who want to create art for the sake of creating art can still do this. Even more people can do this now. Like people who cannot make music can now play with Suno and create the music tracks they would like to hear. It only removes the commercial art kind of ecosystem. This may not be a bad thing.
AI is better than coding at you. You're still indispensable until there's AGI, which there's no proof of.
I'm not so sure. I think if Opus gets just a little bit better, if it finally becomes able to simplify code, I think somebody who's completely non-technical could drive it and create apps with it. Right now it still makes a little too many mistakes, but really the driving force is the person writing prompts. This is who's making the decision of what to make. What I'm looking for is are those language models. They are still not optimized very well. They still require beefy computers. Once you can run them in an embedded fashion, on tiny devices, this is when they could get fun. Okay. And the complete elimination of humans in customer support roles. Who's complaining about this? Nobody's complaining about this. The AI is probably doing a better job. I mean, could do. A competent AI, could do a better job than somebody who's forced to do some life-draining customer support.
AI is better at customer support 100.
Yeah, the stuff that I'm doing here, I would have to pay some really good programmers, really big bugs to provide me this kind of advice. Then there is spam issue. Spam is a big issue. There is no good answer to this problem, unfortunately. Except maybe some, I don't know, cryptography or whatnot. And this one is propaganda. I start to think it's not necessarily political, it's also just economical, like the ability for some people to influence other people. Through the use of AI. Okay, and the environmental argument, in my opinion, is just complete bullshit. The amount of energy that you consume, to generate an answer like this is like by far more efficient than, humans doing this work. This is really a quantifiable argument. So you could probably compute number of, the amount of energy that CO2 that a person would emit if they do the same work that AI is doing. And really, the way to combat those side effects, those negative side effects, is through the right tax incentives for companies, electricity prices, this kind of thing. And it's a little bit kind of pessimistic. It's like, of course, there are people at companies, you can still talk with them, but the routine work is going to be automated.
He's a doomer.
And the argument isn't like super well organized, because usually, like, he lists a bunch of arguments here, he repeats them here, repeats them here, and this creates a mishmash, like all of those things are kind of mixed together. And they are very, very different issues. Yeah, we're still quite far away from singularity. It's not I would say at least 5 years, like about 5 years, who knows. So singularity, the definition of singularity is fuzzy.
He makes some valid points, but I believe he's reasoning from emotion, not logic.
Yeah. Yeah, this is evident. It's a decent blog post. Thanks for sharing. And I think he raised all of the hard points about AI. The shift in, economy, this is a problem. Long term, it's absolutely worth it. It's like, this always happens, when new technology comes out. It will happen on a bigger scale, maybe. Maybe not. Creative industries are going to be definitely affected. And then the AI, when it comes to art, it's really, really bad. Like, I can even show you some images I was generating. I can show you some images from a human artist. So this is an image from a...
Nexus says,
Get your Razor AI waifu tube now.
This is a human artist, and you can see that there is some message to be told here. I hide sidebar. What? Anyway, there are those things around here and they tell a story. This is some kind of room of somebody. There are those pictures, there is this hole. Now, this is surrealism. This is like just a style I kind of like. Another image in this style. Again, it's very symbolic heavy. Or this one, this is just a beautiful piece. It combines this Escher-like impossible architecture with surreal iconography, which is dreamlike, smooth, very realistic. Now I asked AI to generate, the same type of images, and this is what it was coming up with. There is a lot of pointless repetition on this image, like why is the bush in like 10 different places here? It's so free of intent. There is no... It's an illustration which doesn't really say much. Wait, this one is from AI. This one is slightly better than the previous one. There is some kind of concept here. And this is another, like, a little bit nonsensical. You can tell this is from a human artist again. Because it's so deliberate. Like, this pheasant, it's in one place, it's not duplicated 5 times in this image. It's just here. So even, AI, even when you drive it, it still generates pointless images. You have to really control it very precisely for it to generate nice stuff. And even then it has this very weird look. I don't think AI is going to replace... Okay, this is the best one I was able to generate from AI. This almost doesn't look like AI-generated image, because it doesn't have the super strong contrast. It doesn't have same objects repeated all over the image. It's unbalanced, and that's nice. I think there will still be artists necessary for the time being to generate art, even with AI generation tools. Somebody needs to kind of hold its hand all the time.
M72 says,
I think AI music is a different game there.
You are
Pretty good.
I cannot play too much on this because they are going to take down my video.
Skip to 1, 0, dot.
When I'm not cooperating, when I'm rocking the table while it's operating. Hey, you waited this long to stop debating, cause I'm back, I'm on the. I know that you got a job baiting, cause I'm back, I'm on the. I know that you got a job, Miss Cheney, but your husband's heart problems.
Yeah. I think this is also using the Suno cover system. Overdose. Yeah. Actually, I will do this migration manually. It's so few code that explaining this to AI would take more time than actually fixing this. So in keypresser, we need to override the parts function. So I think that default implementation I'll be right back. I wonder how to organize this so that parts can return subparts recursively.
Diax Nexus says,
I'm going to lie down when you get around to listening to my song. Shoot me feedback DM, or just leave a comment on the song.
Yeah, it was
says,
He listened to it, though.
about 20 minutes ago or so. 20, 30, not sure. On YouTube, if you scroll through the stream, you will find this.
You can rewind on YouTube.
Okay, so I think for now I don't need a general purpose mechanism. I think I can just call this sync arc explicitly here.
Cat will use AGI to eat me. Dog will use AGI to play with me.
Yeah, they are like that. Thinking about ugly but quick ways to clean this up. I could change the base class from interface to arg and remove those two. Probably better to not do that. Okay, now I can get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. There's no interfaces in object anymore. What was that? What was that? Actually, I should remove the duration arc. Okay, all in due time, all in due time. This is mostly figured out. All objects that implement on-off should return it here. Any more interfaces? No, no more interfaces. Presser. What is that? Oh. It's monitoring, key presser, and two options directly. So somehow it is already returning itself here, so I can press space, press F by doing this. I don't know. Okay. Those numbers, they are concerning. It seems we are creating a lot of widgets. Oh yeah. Looks like every frame we are creating some extra widgets. Oh, this is probably because of this. I think I can fix this. There needs to be a method for, I think, names of parts. Yes, this one is still missing.
Have you tried AI integration in Emacs?
Not in Emacs. I was trying to run either locally, but it was meh. I wonder how it works, really. I haven't managed to get it to be kind of remotely competent in anything.
Do more modern text editors, such as V, have better AI integration? How about LSP integration?
Yeah, Emacs moves very slowly. Usually for most new features you have to download extra packages, like people on GitHub posting their customization. But even the base engine, it's kind of dated. It works kind of well, but you do not have a lot of access to do nice things in the user interface. Like pop-ups. Pop-ups in Emacs are problematic. You can show them as kind of right-click menus, or show them as, text overlays. They just don't look great. It doesn't have a lot of modern UI concepts built in. It's mostly still a terminal-based text editor. It's just with a little bit of windowing. Stop this for now.
But it seems like terminal-based editors already have advanced features implemented on top of simple graphical elements. LSP integration in new Vim's neat.
Yeah, LSP is probably more useful than AI, like for coding. I think I am getting more time saved from the LSP than from Copilot still.
LSP in Emacs Claude Code, all good dodge.
Yeah. That sounds like a great combo.
I do not like how Emacs opens buffers in randomly positioned windows, though. Never could learn how to control window position.
It's a problem, but this is actually a matter of a window manager. Window manager decides. In Wayland, a program has no control over where it's positioned. In X11, of course, there is a way to do this. But not in Wayland. In Wayland, it's treated more like a highly confidential method. There is probably some custom portals that can be used to reposition windows in Wayland.
I'm referring to Emacs windows, not the window. In Emacs, the windows are called frames.
Ah, yeah. It loves to kind of split the window all the time. You need to kind of memorize Control X1 and Control XO. Those are like the two main shortcuts for getting rid of this window mess. But yeah, this can be configured. I guess some Emacs wizards know how to do it. Okay, so how is it doing? It added the prototype method. Nice, nice. Yeah, I guess it's fine. It should really be a reference to another existing object. Whatever. Okay, let's see if this still works. Yeah, it works. Interesting, I cannot right-click on this object. Ah. This is curious. Okay. think this override is unnecessary. Okay, so this is just unused. It's not used anywhere, literally. Okay, this widget interface. I'm not a big fan of this name. It's not particularly clever. Yeah, looks decent. This AI-based refactoring is... Yeah, I can finally address all those issues that have been annoying me for so long. Let's see if this still works. Yeah, looks like it works. And the playback failed. The playback used to work. Yeah, it was used all over the place. Much shorter, much nicer name. Ooh. There's one more thing. I think it was part of widget HH. Yes, interface shape. think by default, this should return the full shape of the object. Yeah, I cannot pick up the timeline. What is enough? Hmm. It seems like most objects, they are explicitly calling this next arg. I'm slowly progressing with this refactoring. I think this next step will be to basically remove this name from here. The name is still going to be there, it's just we will use the default implementation of name, the one which uses type ID. I think object needs a way to name parts. Am I out of quota already? Yeah, out of quota. It's fine. Simple as that. Now I've done this because I have some code here to open the menu. Uses the parts system. So what I can do here is we can grab the name of the part, and there is a name. I will call the visitor normally, otherwise I will do this. So if some object contains an anonymous part, I will basically make all of the options of that part immediately available from the objects menu. I got rid of it. Okay, and this multiple times, this is figured out now. Yeah. So an object can decide which of its many implementations of sync it wants to expose. So nice. And let's see if this works. So one place is the key presser. It has a bunch of parts. Let's also override the part name. Now there is no key presser here. We can access sync and turn on directly. And monitoring through this monitoring option. apparently that one doesn't support the on-off interface. I'm surprised it's not crashing so much. Okay, so that was half of the work. The other half is to switch the way we save, the way we serialize object state. Okay, apparently we do it from here.
Quota check says,
F this coding better go trade NASDAQ in 20 min.
Interesting. Yeah, coding is not the best way to make money. And trading is neither. It seems like the best way is to influence other traders.
Both hard have good luck, though.
Thanks. Let's do... like those things. I think they should be part of this thing here. Why is deserialize taking location? Okay, there is aliasing here, great. Okay, I will undo this for now. Should work again. I think before I proceed, I need to change the serialization API. Yeah. Observe updates is not being used. I think I broke something. I still had some connections here. Don't do think too much about them. Okay, now I need to adapt this serialization logic so that it can work with parts. So each part can theoretically emit many values, the JSON. I see. Location is used as error context for the serialization. I think I changed how it works. I will get rid of this comment. Fascinating. Those errors were totally unused. Okay. I guess I still have a lot of boring refactoring to do. And my cloud code refreshes in half an hour. I guess I will just wait until it refreshes and then ask it to get rid of the... Maybe I can manually get rid of this locational. Okay, this is in quite a few places. And this was mostly outdated anyway. Okay, let's try to do this with find and replace. Do it. All matches replace. So strange. Set text as an error content here. I guess this is another find and replace. Okay. Oh, this is the weird pointer object, which doesn't really have any low point error content. Wow. I think I should remove pointer objects altogether. And reset to do somewhere to make them work. They will only change how the argument lookup works. can also do this. Boring refactoring. I actually think I will finish this off stream. I think the next important thing to start adding, so we need to fix some bugs that I introduced while refactoring, quote unquote, butchering the code base. I think we can do this on Monday, and hopefully fixing those bugs, like those extra widgets being created, it shouldn't take so long. So I hope that on Monday we will start actually working on the belt connection. If you remember, this is how we started this whole process. We want to have a nice visualization for the object synchronization. Everything we're doing is to make this possible. But yeah, codebase is in a not much better state, but it is better state than it was before we started. Things kind of make more sense now. I think I can improve them even more, possibly. Anyway, this is it for today. See you on Monday. Bye bye.